What up, nerds? I'm streaming, obviously. I haven't been streaming much this week because I'm doing a lot of cleanup tasks. Wait, hold on, real quick. I'm gonna let people know that I'm live. So that somebody might hear me say words using my mouth. I just wrote stream time. That's a pretty good announcement. And then I'm gonna write it in here as well. Stream time. Mr. Snake. Clickety click click. Okay. And let's just do this one again. Stream time. Okay. So I put that in three locations. I didn't tweet about it because I'm not a nerd. Just kidding, I am a nerd. I just don't like. I can't get in on Twitter. Whatever it is, Twitter's just not my jam. I can't work it into my lifestyle. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't enjoy browsing it. I don't enjoy shooting up random thoughts of mine on Twitter. So I don't use Twitter. Never have. I tried to for a little while. Anyway, so here I am. I can see nobody's watching, so I'm just gonna get to work. And when somebody comes on in, I'm gonna let you know what I'm doing. So I'm not talking to the screen. I'm gonna talk to this camera with nobody watching for a little while, just because somebody might watch the VOD. And wouldn't that make me feel special? Okay. I'm just gonna get to work. Cheers. Well, my Stream Beats playlist, disappeared, I guess. I guess I didn't save it properly, so hold on. I'm gonna populate my Stream Beats list. Stream Beats? I'm gonna sneeze on stream because I'm just gonna be myself, no matter who that is, and if you don't like it, then you can just deal with it. Okay, that's Stream Beats getting added. We're gonna give it a play. Are we random? Are we randomizing? I sneeze whenever I want, and if you can't handle me at my sneeze, you don't deserve me at my cheese. Oh, hey, somebody shut up. Welcome. Alright, just got the Stream Beats working. Beautiful. It's a majestic beginning. So, welcome to the stream. Today I am working on, actually I need to update my thing, right? Because it says I'm doing voxel art. I'm not doing voxel art today. What I am doing is going through every button in the game and making sure that they all have highlight and press states. Now, Matt did all the, or the vast majority of the UI art so far. But just as a little bit of polish, I'm gonna go through and provide some, you know, that other stuff. I'm doing pixel art and some other stuff probably. There we go. That's a good description for a stream. So yeah, a lot of what this looks like is me opening up an image, either recoloring or copying colors that indicate that it's being highlighted over or pressed, and then saving it. So this is why I haven't been streaming this week, is because it's been a lot of tasks like this that I just wasn't sure anyone would enjoy watching. I did some compendium entry writing, which is the encyclopedia that we're going to launch with the game in the game menus following the game's release. It's just not the kind of stuff that gives a lot of great immediate feedback on stream. But I figured some of you would rather see me work on boring button stuff than not see me at all. So here I am. I'm gonna be here working anyway, so I might as well stream. All right, well, thanks again for showing up, hanging out, and I'm just gonna put the nose to the grindstone. Happy Thursday. You're going to watch me go through the exciting process of manually recoloring this button and then creating a press state for it. What we have here is an example of a button whose only current art is using the highlighted state color scheme, but it doesn't have a standard color scheme state or a press state, and so I'm going to repurpose this standard state to be the highlighted state. Let's just go ahead and do that now. And I do that by just renaming it, boom, as a new file. And then when I recolor it, I'll just save over the original. So fun, so chill, so cool. Stream beats. Hey, what up, Garvakin? Yeah. Most of this week I've been grinding through kind of cleanup tasks. And the whole rest of the day, it's going to be pretty much cleanup tasks. And earlier this week I did some writing work, and I didn't really want to stream that. It was writing for compendium entries. But now that I'm just focused on grinding through a bunch of highlight and press dates for buttons that didn't have them, and then I might do a little bit of level revision later. It just seemed like, you know, it's not super exciting stuff to watch, but it's something. So yeah, just grinding away. Hey, Garvakin, are you in the Adventurers Guild? Okay, just curious. There's not a lot of people in the Adventurers Guild, and we put a paywall on it because Kickstarter, you know. But we released a new Adventurers Guild build today, so whenever you see me testing on stream, that's pretty much the same build that we offer to the Adventurers Guild to try out. So I was curious if you've had a chance to see it, but sorry, not to be catty about it. I didn't mean to. Don't mean to rub it in that you don't have access. Sorry about that. I'm just excited, you know. Every time someone didn't have money at the time, that's okay. Hey, no sweat. I don't begrudge anyone for not giving us any money ever. We're not entitled to your money, so. Of course, if you ever decide that you want to upgrade your Kickstarter backing or create one at all, there's always the Slacker backer thing on our website. It costs $50, or if you donated at all to the Kickstarter, you can cover the difference between your pledge and the $50, and then you'll have the full Slacker backer privileges, which is pretty cool. But not a lot of people buy it. I have to process all the orders by hand, and so it's like, you know, I've always got my turning wheel inbox open to make sure that I can process them as soon as possible so people get their money. We got no way to automate it, you know what I mean? Or not get their money, but get their rewards. Well, I definitely appreciate your continued support. And that you have, I'm guessing you bought it multiple times so you could play with friends and stuff. Dude, you bought on GOG? Well, that is, I think, today, at this time, the only way to have a legitimate, what's it called? DRM-free build, which is, in my opinion, really cool. I like that we're able to provide a build DRM-free for people for whom that is important, you know? So cool. Yeah, GOG version is good. Hey, what's up, Command Ops? Good to see you again. Yeah, I'm feeling quite a bit better. Got a lighter cough and occasional sneezing. Not 100% back to normal, but feeling pretty good. I was just letting folks know a minute ago that that I haven't been streaming this week because most of my work has been kind of like really boring, at least boring to watch, kind of cleanup tasks. So, and writing. So I wrote a bunch of compendium entries, which is the sort of encyclopedia that's coming with the game post-launch. So shortly after release, we'll release the compendium so that you can have one spot in the game to learn about as many game mechanics as we can reveal to you. So I was doing some writing on that, and I don't really like to write on stream. It's too distracting. And I've been doing like UI cleanup work. So right now what you see me doing is creating highlight and press states for buttons that did not previously have them. And in some cases, you know, the regular state of the button looks like a highlight state, and so I'm replacing its default state with something that looks more like a standard state, and then using its highlighted state, or using its formerly normal state as the new highlight state. So it's really just like some of the simplest grunt, you know, texture work you can do. But, you know, I listen to music or videos or whatever while I do it and grind away. Somebody's got to get it done. And the programmer's work that they have to do is a lot more essential. So, so I can spend my time doing this, and then I'll move back on to, you know, future-looking content. Garvikin says, does that mean you guys are almost finished with the UI, by the way? We are very close. In the Adventurers Guild, Wall of Justice just shipped the Magic Feather menu, which I believe was the last major game feature menu that didn't function yet. We still have like some spell selection menus to do, so like when you cast a Scroll of Repair, that UI is not done yet. Also, the follower and ally or player ally health bar display, that's not done. And we've got some split screen cleanup to do. Like, for example, the current split screen solution, every character has their own minimap. That's not the intent. The characters are supposed to share a single minimap when in split screen. So, little bit of UI cleanup to do. But in terms of like the lion's share of the assets, yeah, they're pretty reliably in place now. And so this is kind of a UI polish task for sure. Yeah, we've talked about an endless mode for a while now. That's something that I would like to prototype just with level design. So one of the things that I can do that is within my power as somebody who can operate the level editor is I can put a portal. I can take the end game portal, and instead of having it send you to the end credits, I can have it send you, you know, to Hamlet, and then have like a different version of Hamlet there with maybe some different characters that say some different things to you. Like maybe Merlin is there and he has something to say. And then have a portal in Hamlet by where the Minehead is that teleports you back to level 1, and Merlin can say something to you like, you know, I can open up a rift in time to undo what you've done here today, if that is your wish. And, you know, put this orb on the pedestal if you want to... you know, if you want to go about it again, and then just teleport the player to level 1, and the game would proceed as normal. You get to the end, and you'd have potentially that choice again. So it's something that, like, a very simple level mod could try out and see how the game behaves automatically. I personally, honestly, just like being totally frank, I don't think it would be that fun. You're going to be insanely powerful. If you do it like that, because you're going to be facing monsters that are way too weak. And so one of the other things that we've talked about doing is an endless mode where the game randomly cycles biomes and enemies within them, and then has some algorithm to increase your health the deeper you get. And that would be really cool. It's just like, it would just be a lot more work. Like, we would have to, that's something that programmers would have to help prototype and prove out. And it's something that I think all of us on the team are excited about, but it's just like, you know, when we got other basics to do, just like get split screen done, you know, make the boss fight in the DLC that you promised us. Like, that's the extra work required for a truly fun endless mode is just not something that we've, you know, that we can take the time to do right now. Yeah, the second option is what you're thinking of? Yeah, I'm sure. Could be a DLC. Could be. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, pricing stuff is always really interesting to me. Like, one of the things that maybe a lot of people don't know, because the price has been static for over 2 years now. I guess maybe even over 4 years now. Is that with the Cursed Edition, we raised the price from, what, $7 to $10? And then with the Blessed Edition, we raised the price from $10 to $15 for Barony. And so, and then we released DLC that had its own costs. But having a higher price point for the game has been very useful. Nobody complains about the price of the game. People feel like $15 is a more than fair price. And so I wonder sometimes, you know, as we do this big update with split screen and everything, and we continue to add other kinds of content to the game, I wonder if it might be the right time to raise the price again to $20. Just because I doubt, again, like, we don't get any negative reviews about the price. People are never like, yeah, it's a good game, but for the price, I just expected more. It's like, no, people are getting a deal with how much we're providing. So, oh, you bought it on Cursed. But for some people who can't really afford even that much hope for sales. Yeah, and that's true too, right? So, so like, let's say we increase the price to $20, and then people wait for a 50% off sale. It's still very affordable at $10. But the vast majority of our sales would be greater. So our day-to-day income would be significantly more substantial for us, you know. And just to be transparent with you, like, you know, we have to worry about money. Like, we can't afford for all three of us to stay on full time right now. And one of us is part time. We literally can't afford it. So like, we're counting on the Switch release and this big update to make us more money, because we just don't have, like, we're screwed. Like, one of us has to get a different job if we don't make more money. So I'm always trying to think about how can we do that in a way that feels good to the players and makes it so that our studio doesn't die and we can keep making the content that you guys love. Nobody, I know that none of you want us to go out of business. Like, that's obvious. So, it's just, you know, it's a balancing act. It's a balancing act. I actually got it during the summer sale alongside the Legends Press. That's cool. One thing I hope I can get in the near future is other DLC. Well, we are definitely, we have promised that we're making another DLC. So, it's coming after the launch on the Nintendo Switch. Oh, I see. You just got Legends and Prize, and you haven't gotten Myths and Outcasts yet. Yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, I mean, if it was up to me, I would like, if I could only pick one DLC, I would pick Legends and Prize. I like the Insectoid. I think it's my favorite race. Hey, what's up, Rexy444? Good to see you in chat. Yeah. So we're working on our big split screen quality of life update, or we're calling it the quality of death update, I believe. So once that is done and the game comes out on the Switch, we're going to be making another DLC, as we promised in our Kickstarter. I don't know if my Twitch page, let me see. Does my Twitch page show our Kickstarter. It doesn't. I should probably put that up there because we got a lot of. We continue to do updates on our Kickstarter page to let everyone who backed us know where our progress is at. But yeah, we got lots of content coming that we promised for our Kickstarter. So, like the idea of like running a Kickstarter to improve an existing game, like I don't know if anyone is. I can't think of a time where somebody else has done that. But we did it because we're crazy. We believed people wanted this for the Switch, and it was important to include a lot of other things in the Kickstarter so that people who didn't care specifically about the Switch would have a reason to back. Otherwise, we were not going to make our financial target. So yeah, go ahead and check out that. It's kind of weird, but I hope it's going well. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, the Kickstarter was successful, kind of barely. We're like, got 12% more money than we absolutely required. And then you can see, if you go to the Kickstarter page that I linked, you can browse what we promised in the what we called bonus goals, and then you can go to the updates to see how our progress has been moving towards all of our objectives. Smart to get on Xbox and PlayStation. Yeah, Garvikin, so, I mean, that's something that I think we probably will do, assuming we can establish a relationship with Sony and Microsoft. With all the work we did to make this thing feel good on a gamepad and have a polished experience, and then and split screen as well. I know that split screen is one of those sadly underserved features that like people really miss from the elder days of gaming. I do expect that it would be high value for us to ship on the Switch, or sorry, the Xbox and the PlayStation. We just got to get the right relationships first, and we're going to ship on the Switch first. Like, we made that promise. We're going to ship it for the Switch, and then when it's done, then we'll look at our other options. Would love it to buy it 2 more times there. That's awesome. I haven't seen nothing from it, and you're already hyped. Well, that's great, Rexy. That's exciting. You know what? While you're hyped, why don't I link you to a YouTube video that covers Barony Showcase. This is a video I made 7 months ago, so we've made a lot of progress since then. But this is a pretty good introduction to some of the new features in practice. So there you have it. All right, I'm going to turn off my mic and get back to work. So it may seem rather mundane, but this sex button here, we have male and female sex buttons in the game when you're creating your character, obviously. And this is going to behave a little bit differently than other buttons. And that is that I believe it's going to remain in its pressed state after you press it. And so normally our press state would be a little bit darker and lowered, but that doesn't, when it's dark and low, that does not read to me as active. And this needs to look like an active state. So I may just need to provide like an on state that's kind of like this. Or maybe this is the on state. Anyway, I'm just sort of thinking out loud because I have to think about this button a little bit differently. What up, Kapler? Too bad there wasn't a cuter version of the Gyrobot. I don't know what that means. I think our Gyrobot's incredibly cute. Yeah, I'm doing well, Kapler. Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you. In fact, I was just telling somebody the other day, might have been my wife, that I think that the Gyrobot might be the only character in the game, excuse me, that I would describe as cute. Like the rat is kind of cute, just because I like rats. I've had pet rats, and I just think they're rather cute. And our rats are pretty realistic. So unless you think rats are cute, you probably don't think our rat is especially cute. I think the Gyrobot is the cutest character in the game. That's my humble opinion. Although, I will say that the female Warblood is quite a looker, in my opinion. Alternate versions that had a face. Putting a face on the Gyrobot. You know, if it was more than 4 voxels for the Gyrobot's face, it might be a pretty cool idea to have it have like facial expressions, kind of like Eve from WALL-E. I'll go ahead and give WALL-E credit for putting a screen on a robot's face so it can display emotions. Although that may not be fair. You know, there's probably some 80s movie where a computer had a face. I think it was called Electric Dreams, was like a techno thriller. I'm gonna look it up. Electric Dreams movie. Yep, 1984. Yep, it's a movie about an evil computer. I loved that movie when I was a kid. But I'm pretty sure it had an angry face at one point. Having different colors for different expressions is pretty cool. If the Gyrobot's AI was a little more responsive, like if it saw a boulder and then got scared and ran away, and so the screen turned blue or something, and it like made a sound like woo woo, and then it's just like, and it just ran away, that'd be cool. Or if it flashed like yellow when it detected something, it'd be fun to put a little more nuance into that. In fact, that'd be an easy enough idea for me to create art for that I may just do it for the lulz, and if anyone ever gets around to programming, it'll be there. Yeah, dude, pet rats are amazing. Honestly, out of all the rodents, or even the small cage mammals, I would argue that the rat is the best pet of the group. And the only reason why I don't own one right now is because they don't live very long. And it's really upsetting because they have a great little personality. They're very teachable. They recognize you. They want to spend time with you. They're a social creature. And then in 2 years, they freaking die. And it's awful. It's heartbreaking. But other than that, I think rats are an amazing pet. Very, very... Maybe ideal for kids. Because for a child, 2 years is like forever. But for an adult, it's like, dude, that's my friend. Like, I don't like it when my friend dies, so maybe I'm not going to have a rat because it just makes me sad. BB-8. Yeah, the skeletons are a pretty serious early game barrier to different weapon types, swords and ranged in particular. Um, you can get really hosed with skeletons. We were discussing some potential solutions to that, but I'm not going to comment more on that now. But yeah, it's interesting how all it is. You know, it's not like spears do more damage, you know, at base than swords. It's just that skeletons are weak to spears. So, and part of the reason for that, I think, is probably because the first pole arms in the game is the quarterstaff. It makes a lot of sense that that one would be good versus skeletons, and it's not too hard to justify that. You know, even though bones aren't going to be weak to piercing, the fact that you can, like, you know, thrust it into the rib cage and have leverage to, like, push a skeleton with a polearm, I think it has some good sense to it about how the weaknesses are set up. But either way, it just means that our you know, some of our other our classes that are, there's nothing imbalanced about them except for that they have to fight against skeletons right away. What up, guys? I'm catching up on the chat here. I saw you talking strategy and hearing Eurydice in the caves, and Chakram's throwing weapons. Weird that we can use stream as chat. Yeah, go nuts. Go nuts. We are just chilling. We be chilling over here. So I actually got to do some original artwork in the last few minutes here. I recreated most of the the sex button background so that I could then make sex symbols for the automatons. Speaking of sex symbols, I'm just kidding. The joke is that I'm a sex symbol, and that is a joke. Anyway, I don't know if you've ever noticed. Well, maybe not. You may have never seen it. But in game in the new UI, there is a sex icon in your stats menu that shows if you're male or female, and if you're an automaton, it's like this wrench instead of a sex icon because you're a freaking robot. And so the male automaton's wrench is facing to the top right, like the male icon does, and the female automaton's wrench is facing down, like the female sex icon kind of does. So just our little joke about how they're robots and not people, because robots, they don't reproduce that way, as far as I know. Anyway, this has been a fun detour on this topic, but getting to make these icons for the sex buttons is pretty cool, and having an on state. This is a 4 state button that's pretty different than a lot of our other buttons. So yeah, I think it's turning out okay. So the female one is done, female automaton. The base of the male is done, but I have to do all the different states of it. So I'm going to start exporting the female automaton sex buttons now. That's what I mean. It's chill. Meaning chatting is in the normal stream is no. Yeah, that's fine. Why not make it a socket wrench for the female and screwdriver for male say orientation as well? I mean, listen, I'm picking up what you're putting down, but we're not trying to imply anything about robot genital shapes. At least I'm not trying to. So maybe we could think of this more as like there's like a pipe fitting inside the automaton somewhere, and if it's turned one way, the light is yellow, and if it's turned the other way, the light is blue. They're robots. Yeah, Kepler. I'm kind of expecting us to be done with this update by, this fall. No promises. That's kind of what we're trending towards. And so all of the home computer versions of the game, and I say that instead of PC because it includes Linux and Mac, and Windows. And when I say Linux, I also mean Steam Deck. All those are going to launch before the Switch version because we have to parallelize our marketing efforts and stuff like that, and finalizing the technical aspects of the Switch port separately from the PC version. And it's been long enough. We don't want to delay the home computer versions for the Switch version. It's unlikely we will want to delay based on what kind of work is left. We might do something a little weird, like instead of doing a full release, we could do a public beta, and then put a news item in Steam that's like, hey, everyone has access to this public beta. But it'll contain all of the new UI, the split screen features, the new maps that I made. It'll have everything in it that you've been seeing us work on stream and release on YouTube. Command Ops. Yeah, sure, buddy. Whatever you say. Yeah, dude, I get it. Hey. I'm not accusing you of meaning anything else. I'm just saying that's not what I had in mind when you said what you said. I'm not making any accusations here. Alright, yeah, huh? Listen, we don't have to talk about this anymore. We really don't. Well, that's great, Kepler. So the things that I can't promise are I was working on the doorways, and what else was I working on? Some of my previous streams, all the locks and keys and stuff like that. I think that stuff has a pretty high likelihood of being in the game. The team has all talked about those things, and we all agree that before we ship a DLC, or before I can start working on level design for a DLC, it's important that we have new level features decided on and implemented first. Because if I'm going to build a new biome that has keys in it, like, I need art for keys and I need features to support keys and locks and stuff. And so that's why I'm working on these doorways and the keys and the locks and all that before I bother coming up with a new tile set for a new biome, because I want to build new biomes using those new things. So, and the team seemed supportive, of generally the ideas. And so the question is going to be more about, like, what we settle on, like, what we actually commit our time to. So it's like, it's possible that we'll just say, you know what, keys and locks are low value, and they're going to be more work than we thought they were for whatever reason, and so we're not going to do them, and they could get cut. But it won't be cut because we don't have the art. I'll have the art. So I'm glad that you're willing to wait for the extra features. I'm excited to work on them, even if they never ship, just because I love the ideas, and I'm excited to make sure that I'm not the bottleneck for why they don't get in. Not that I would blame any of the rest of the team for being a bottleneck, but I want to move as many obstacles out of the way for this game being as cool as I can imagine, you know what I mean? So I'm glad you're willing to wait. I'm willing to work for it. Out of curiosity, how many people are working on the game? So me and Sheridan and Wall of Justice are all working full-time. It's our only job, which is something that only was possible this year. We feel very excited, very lucky to be able to do this full-time. For the last 6 years before that, it was all, like, part-time, like, in our spare time hobby work. And so, like, we finally all been able to just leave our other jobs and commit to this, and we're so excited about that. We also have Matthew, who's our pixel artist. He's been doing most of our UI art, and he's working part-time with us. So occasionally we'll still ask Chris Kukla, our composer, for new tracks. Certainly with DLC 3, we'll need more tracks, and I'd love it if we can work something out with him that makes sense, that he'd be willing to support us with some more music for new biomes. That's like another 4 or 5 tracks for the new biome. We're probably gonna have more secret levels, and so traditionally our secret levels have had their own songs. And he's also scored the trailers in the past. So a couple of the trailers I've just used existing music and spliced it in, mainly because we were trying to get something out fast. I didn't want to bother Chris with scoring a new trailer, and those are the trailers where I'm doing a lot of talking, a voiceover, and so it's a little less important that the music be unique. But I think it's likely for these launch trailers we'll be looking to Chris to do more work with us. So the total's up to 5 with me, Ben, Sheridan, Wall of Justice, and Matthew. Oh, I said Ben. Me, Sheridan, Wall of Justice, Matthew, and Chris. And then Cyprian, he's one of the original programming members of the team, but since he went off to college and has a full-time job at Intel, I believe, he just hasn't had a lot of time to contribute. So we don't really expect to see Cyprian much, but occasionally he'll dodge in and make a couple of code improvements and then drop out. But I wouldn't say he works even part-time. He's just a beloved member of the team, and we see him maybe once a month for team meetings just to check in. Small team for such a small game. That's why it takes us 7 years to get to this point, if we're being perfectly honest. If we were a 40-person team, I'm sure we'd be able to knock stuff out a lot faster. But hey, it's an endlessly replayable game. Y'all don't seem to mind a little bit of wait because the game is fun in the meantime. It's not like waiting for a game that you can't play at all. You got something to hold your attention while we work. I like that the game is made with soul, no limits, everyone works for their own pleasure. It can be seen in every detail of the game. That's why you love it. Well, you know, it's what I always hoped game development would be like, you know? Once you get a big enough team and you've got multiple layers of hierarchy, so you've got like your associates and then your seniors and your leads and then your directors, and then on top of that you got like your CEOs and then your publishers. You got like 7 layers of hierarchy you got to go through before you can get anything done. And I'm really glad that that is not the case. Did I not make a press state for this? I thought I made a press state. I guess I didn't. That's okay. Oh, I see. There it is. It's down here at the bottom for some reason. But yeah, like, it's really important to me to sit down at the start of the day and be like, what do I feel like working on right now? And of course, there's the broader list of our broad, you know, our larger goal that we know we have to get done to make our next ship. But like, of the 30 things I could be doing, I'm doing these 5 today. You know what I mean? And it's, I really love the autonomy. It's really important to me. My favorite jobs that I've had in the game industry have all been where I've had a level of autonomy to just kind of do what I think will make the game better that day. And, you know, if I'm bored of doing some other task, it's not like I slack off. I do something that I find more fun for a little while. So I'm still getting stuff done. There isn't a producer breathing down my neck and making sure I focus on exactly, you know, what the schedule says I'm supposed to. And I'm not, like, opposed to that kind of organization. It's important to keep a team aligned. But, like, you know, it's what makes this more fun than another job, is just that liberty. And liberty is, like, is the best word I can think of for it. I am free to be creative and excited about my work is, whatever it might be. Sounds like you love your work in the game. Hell yeah. I do. I love this game. You know, even after all this time, it still lights up my imagination with all the different kinds of ideas for things that could go into it and make it better. And when we, you know, talk about that stuff to the community's amped about it. It's like, where else do you get that? You know, just other games just don't have that a lot of times. You know, I don't want to throw it under the bus, but like Team Fortress 2, great game. I played hundreds of hours of that game, but they're like, it seems like at a certain point they're just like, what else can we add to this game? I don't know, more hats. And so then, you know, 7 years later, the game's just got a ton of hats in it, and you're like, is this game better than it was 7 years ago? I don't know that it is. Again, no offense, Team Fortress 2. It's a great game, but like, it's just a different vibe. The development culture, I'm sure, is quite different. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Guys, I'm gonna waste a bunch of time. I'm gonna do something that there's no good reason to do. I'm gonna go ahead and make button states for all of our class icons. And the reason why that's a waste of time is because, you know, the button frames are already gonna have button states. But like, you know, what if these icons have them too? Maybe I don't need to do that. I don't know. We did talk about doing something simple like this. So like when you're not hovering over it, it's a little darker. So maybe that's all I'll do. I'll just darken. Well, that doesn't even look darker, does it? That just looks redder. So I'm not going to use that filter. It's just gonna look better if the class icon that you're hovering over is like just a little brighter. And so to accomplish that, I need to dull out the existing ones. What if I maybe desaturate it a little? I'm just using default settings here so they're easy to replicate. So when you're not hovering on this or selecting it, then it's darker. How's that look when I do cancel? If I do this, Okay, this is the mesmer though. So the mesmer is gonna need to like a grayed out state too, or a super dark state if you don't own the DLC. Let's just go ahead and copy these layers. Why? What part of why? I don't understand the question. All I said, I'm gonna waste time because it seems like it's something that nobody asked for really, to give these things button states. We didn't walk away from last night's meeting saying, you know, we really can't ship this unless we have button states for all the classes. And so I feel a little bit silly for, you know, for doing it. Because, you know, it's not a big deal. Nobody's gonna miss it if I don't do this. But it'll be cooler if I do, you know? So I'm doing it. Oh, I'm not making new ones. I'm just making different button states. Because these ones don't have any button states. I hope that clarifies things. Okay, so then I'm gonna go into... I'm gonna go into this. And what if I just like... No, that's not good enough. Okay, so we're gonna call this... Face. Base. And then this would be highlighted or on. And then if it's unavailable, then we need a new one that's like darkened a lot. Let's not use the levels because that's just, it's a different beast. Let's lower the contrast. Let's darken the brightness. And then let's also destroy the saturation. Something like that. Oh my gosh, I'm banning you, Lucos. These freaking losers out of here. Spam. Spam. All right. Rip wall. So, I'm trying to decide if this looks locked enough. Why do what? This, what I'm doing right here? So the idea is if you don't own the DLC, then, you know, the icon should make it clear that you know, that it's not normal. That something about it is not selectable. And so I'm trying to pull that off. Let's do like a... Let's do a recolor. I mean, we could... Why put ads on other people's streams? Yeah, I hear you. I don't... You know, it must work out for them. You know, a Twitch account is free. So if these losers make burner accounts and they just spam everyone, if 1 in 1,000 people clicks on it, then that can justify for them. You know? That's all I can think of. Yeah, I don't have a lock icon right now, so painting a lock icon could be smart. What is this? Resize document 54, so I need like a 27 pixel. Well, maybe I should have painted this lock with the class icon in front of me, because, like, it's just a lot of contrast going on. I might be able to deal with that by... Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think the lock icon itself turned out good. I just got to find a way to integrate that with the class icon now. So let's... I think what I want to do... I'm going to rasterize this. I'm going to maybe just drop the contrast really low on this. Let's do linear contrast. I'm actually kind of digging that. Let's see if we can get some context in here, shall we? So we had someone trying to take a few of us away from supporting a game creator. Oh, are you talking about the advertiser? So if I drop this in here, this is effectively what it would look like. What can I do to this accursed icon? I mean, another thing I could do is brighten up the lock. I realized I was talking without having my mic on, so I was curious what y'all thought about this arrangement with the locks and then having the class icon itself like silhouetted like this. You know, if it's not silhouetted, then I really feel like it gets really noisy, like it really fights with the lock. But the other thing that we can do is just not have a lock. And so it just looks like this. You know? Like, is that enough? I think maybe this is the best. I think this is the best of both worlds. So... Oh, you think just the lock with no... So just like that? I kind of feel like having the teaser of like what the shape of the class icon is. I kind of feel like that is nice. Like it makes you curious. Like, oh, what's that shape mean, you know? It's going to be getting used to. It is an update for all versions, that's for sure. What if the squares were closed or made to be dimmer? Too much on the screen. Well, the squares will be a little dimmer than this because, you know, they have highlighted and unhighlighted states now. So that should be good. This is just a sample image, you know, that I'm abusing for this purpose. So if I go back to the accursed and I give it this. Let's make sure we got the right lock icon. Lock's a little brighter so it stands out. All right, well, what I can do is I can deliver a silhouette version with the lock icon, the base version, the highlighted version, and then the lock by itself as assets. So we can experiment with how it looks using separate assets. I just feel like losing the silhouette of the class icon altogether. Like I just love the sort of the idea of feeling like, oh, what's you know, what is that shape gonna look like? You know, it's sort of like it piques curiosity, whereas just the lock is like, oh, something I have no idea what it's gonna be behind there, versus like, oh, I have a taste of what that is. Is that a mushroom? Is that a mushroom man? Is that a lady wearing a dress and has a big collar and she has a scarf on? Yeah, I like the mystery. So I'll ship all the assets. thank you for the input. I think right now, because I'm in this asset, I think I'm going to make some adjustments to this gear. The sort of square shape inside of it is always kind of, I don't know, it's always looked a little weird to me, so I'm going to make some tweaks to this for a while right now. Been here all along, just quietly vibing, working on stuff. No worries. Good to see you, Ink. Thought you'd be sneakier than me. Well, I suppose you were this time. This time. Well, thanks for popping in. Thanks for saying hi. And I'll catch you on the flip side. I hope you have a great evening and sleep well. Well, I hope Matthew doesn't mind me modifying this gear a little bit. This, in my opinion, is a pretty good improvement. It's the existing one was just a little bit. It looked more square than it needed to be. That, you know, it didn't quite look like the pixel circle that I expected it to look like, and now it really looks rounder. And, you know, this is a gear, and it should look roundy, in my humble opinion. So no, that will stop distracting me when I'm in the class menu. So put that here. We will call this the base. Yeah, that's good. Yes, one could say it grinds my gears. Well, thanks for that, Command Ops. You know, I've been, you know, especially from people who friend me on Steam and stuff, I've been asked a lot to play, and mostly just because whenever I'm playing Barony, it's almost always because I'm working on it and I'm testing a new feature, and so the amount of time that I get to just play for fun is very, very little, and it's usually just like, oh, I have a spare 20 minutes, and so, or maybe like, you know, every Friday night I have a gaming night with my dad and my brother, and so I'm not looking to, you know, game with people I don't know that night. No offense, but it's a family game night, and so like I'm not gaming with other kinds of folks. So the last time I played with the community was when we launched Legends and Pariahs, I believe, and oh no, it was when we did the Epic Game Store launch, and I did a play with the community, and I just opened a lobby, and just whoever joined is who I would play with, and that was a lot of fun. So I would definitely like to schedule something like that. Maybe each of us on the team can like start a different lobby and play with different people, because I love playing with you all. I really do. It's really fun to play with other folks in the game. I forget who it was. Somebody from the community definitely joined one of my games when they like I think I was streaming, and somebody spotted me streaming, and they joined my game, and I had a good time with them. So I want to make time for those opportunities. It's just gonna be rare. So I apologize for that. Thanks for saying so. That's a cool idea, Command Ops. I really like the idea of like spells that are cast from a melee weapon of some kind. I think one of our Kickstarter backer Game Master tier pledgers came up with something like that for one of their ideas. It was like a scythe or something that when you'd swing it, it would cast spells. Actually, it reminds me a little bit of Kirby, how like, you know, you get the cutter and it's like a sword, and when you swing it, like a cutter boomerang comes out of it. I think something like that would be really cool. But like if you could have like gloves that you'd put on, that's kind of an awesome idea. I'll probably add that to my my brainstorm list, because that's yeah, that'd be a blast. I would enjoy that. Well, thanks for that, Command Ops. So just on a whim, I went ahead and I put together a press icon. So just like the game now has, the idea is that if you select one of these locked classes, it'll take you to the place where you can purchase the DLC. So now this lock icon can be unlocked by pressing on it. Yeah, you and me both, Command Ops. What up, loyal viewers? Thanks for sticking around so long. It's getting close to the end of my day here, but I'm not done yet. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, maybe grab me another sody pap, and put my coffee mug in the sink, you know. I've been done with this coffee for some time. So I'm gonna leave you to the music. Why don't I have an idea. Let's like leave some of our icons and stuff that we've worked on the screen while you wait for me to return. Does it sound like a thrill? I think it sounds like a thrill and a chill, which is something that normal people say. That's a totally normal thing to say, that it sounds like a thrill and a chill all at the same time. Yeah, it's totally normal. I don't know what you're complaining about. All right, I'll be right back. Cheers, folks. Hey, I've returned. Thanks for your patience, as that took a hot second. All right. So, where were we? I had just opened up some icons. I see Kapler says it's a lot of work done. Yeah, thank you. It's quite a bit. It's always a lot, and that is good. Especially with icon work, like in UI work, you don't want to be stuck doing it all day, you know, or all week. It's nice to be able to say, like, here's your 400 files I made for you. Have fun typing those into your programming. You know, you type things into programming. That's what they do. It's like a type of math. Okay, so we have these buttons to make pressy states for. This is a reference button here. Let's just copy this reference into here. Oi. And we'll copy this one into here. This one into him. And then this one into him. Alright, so we're just making gold buttons. Pretty routine. You've seen me do several of them today. And then we're going to have to make one more of these buttons. Oh goodness, willikers. Before after I finish these and before I'm done for the day, I'm gonna look at the file details and see just how many buttons I've worked on for this UI polish, because I think it's probably a few hundred. Like, it's a lot. All right, mic off. I'm gonna listen to this music that reminds me of Twilight Princess. strange that the developer of a game has few viewers. For example, there are a lot of people on Discord. It seems like only real fans enter a Discord, and only a few people are interested in talking with the developer and seeing how it is to create games. You know, it doesn't hurt my feelings. What I'm doing right now is frankly not that interesting. And if you find it interesting, then you are cool. You know what I mean? It's just like, not everybody wants to see how the sausage is made. I'm just happy that everyone in the Discord cares enough about the game to come and hang out. So, yeah, I don't know. I am surprised sometimes when people aren't as interested in things as I am. It's like, how could you not? But you know, I feel like I'm lucky to have 5 viewers. You know, like there's people who have been streaming for years and they get 1 or 2 viewers. You know what I mean? So I'm lucky. I'm definitely lucky. Well, that's very kind of you to say, Kapler. I appreciate it. Okay, I thought I was done with these menus yesterday, or these buttons yesterday, and as I was going over the work with the team last night at a team meeting, I discovered that I had completely omitted the player selection menus. So that's what I've been working on exclusively today. So right now I'm going through the rest of the menus to make sure that I haven't missed anything. So I think what I'll do, I'll go ahead and drag my folder on screen so you can see how I'm browsing. But that's all I'm doing right now before I wrap. And I immediately found these tabs that I can fix. Hey, Kavler. So, I did the initial layout design for the new HUD, and that's part of the big update that we're gonna release later this year. And Matthew is responsible for most of the art. There have been a few changes to my original layout design based on Wall of Justice and Matt experimenting together to find out the right layout. And but right now, like, this button work and the leadership menus are most of the UI that I'm responsible for. I've been focusing mostly on the design, including, you know, the compendium writing and you know, level design and new content and stuff like that. So I guess what I'm saying is that the team shares a lot of responsibility for the new interface that you see in some of my gameplay videos online, and that will be released to the public in just a couple months. Okay, so the menu that I've just opened up. Well, hold on. Let me read this cap layer. This interface looks really cool. Nothing superfluous. Does not interfere with the game and very pleasing to the eye. Similar to what I'm doing now. I especially like the way the way the window looks when you mix the potions. It became intuitive. Hey, I'm so happy to hear that. I'm so excited about the new UI. It's like night and day, honestly. Like the team and I have been playing the game with this new UI for long enough. Now that when we go back to the old UI, we can almost not believe how kind of janky it was and how ugly it was. So, but also just how hard to use stuff is. So, so because you mentioned alchemy specifically, I would like to find for you one of the updates where I kind of deep dive into the design for alchemy. Like before it got arted up, and I just like basically had an outline for what the new format should be. So you can kind of look what it's brewing. UI update. We got so many dang updates on here. I don't even know where to start. Menus, tooltips, and oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, we've done so much thinking work. Let's see, alchemy. I'm just trying to find these menus. Okay, here I'll bring this window over here. What is this? Gift scrubber. Okay. So this is, if it's not obvious, this is the Kickstarter updates that I've written most of these. Oh, Tinkering and Alchemy UX Overhaul. Excuse me. Tank and Drink. Okay, so this is what I call a UI wireframe. So I'll link you to this page right here. But here you can see basically when I am trying to figure out how to make this game more easy to interact with and intuitive to play and getting rid of some of the headaches and stuff. This is kind of where it starts. So I just use gray boxes to quickly paint out what I think will be, you know, a good solution. So as I saw it, the biggest problem with our alchemy previously is that whenever you would brew, you'd pick one potion and then the next, and then it would stop brewing. And so I wanted an interface where you could put potions in and then just brew as many as you wanted to while your brewing menu was open. And that way you could brew a lot of potions quickly and cut the number of button presses down by 70% even. 75%, maybe more. Just to, like, you know, if you have a bunch of water and you have a couple Firestone potions and you want to duplicate the Firestone potions with water, you just put water, your stack of water, your Firestone portion, and just keep mashing the button until you're out of water. And that's how I thought that would be a big improvement on what we have now. And so I drew out this gray box interface to kind of communicate that. And then I also came up with the idea of these recipes. So once you've brewed something in the game, now you have the recipe available, and you can just go in this menu, and you don't even have to select the ingredients. You just pick the potion you want and press the button, and assuming you have the ingredients, you'll get that potion out of it. And then here's the Tinkering UI. Once Matt and Wall of Justice took some time to, like, figure out, you know, what would look good and if we needed more room in the menu for different items to create. This menu has changed a little bit, but some of the basic ideas are in there, such as, you know, having the construction button show what it's going to cost and that way you can just hover over the tinkering items in just like you would in your inventory. Like it's just an inventory grid, and then there's the modes for salvaging and repairing that you can select that then takes you back into your inventory. So the new tinkering UI is laid out a bit differently, but the ideas behind the experience of using the menu have stayed sort of similar based on my design. Oh yeah. So anyway, you know, if you're curious about how we got to where we were to where we are now, the Kickstarter page is actually a really cool place to get familiar with all those changes and the history behind them. Not to bore you too much with that. And before I go, I think what I'm probably going to work on tomorrow is that we have these images, which right now don't really mean anything, but we're gonna, in the main menu, we're gonna have banners to upsell our DLC and maybe give like news announcements to say, hey, this is coming soon, or look forward to this feature, or this holiday event that's gonna happen in the game soon. And so I need to put together some art for our launch events, so that we can have some content there. This is the main menu selection background. The guys on the team would probably let you know that I'm in kind of like a pain in the neck about our main menu, right? Like, I'm not a huge fan of how our main menu items look right now. Like, these are well done. Matt did a good job on them. I just don't think they're very thematic. It's just, I think we could do something more interesting. So I'll have to spend some time thinking about what to do with this. So banners, notifications. Let's continue going through the remaining menus, make sure I got everything. Yep. Got all these. Button standard, got that. Player creation. Yep, got the new lock icon. Yep, got all those yesterday. This is the tinkering menu specific ones. Or the auto sort, rather. Sliders are good to go. This is tinkering. Okay. I'm pretty satisfied that I've handled everything. Press Y. Okay, got that. Man, look at all these stinking button textures. You know, in another world, we might have just used a standard button size, but instead we have a unique texture for every single button in the game, which is kind of aggressive, but you know, it also leaves us kind of free to change them up however we might want to in the future without being married to any like single button design. Inventory. Okay, yeah, I think I'm satisfied. So with that, I'm sure it will all be very convenient on gamepad. Yeah, it plays way better on gamepad. Love the new tinkering algorithm. Yeah. It's great when people comment on the Kickstarter updates. It's really validating for the work that we're doing. So, all right. Well, I appreciate you hanging out, Kepler. As always, thank you for your continued commentary. I want to call out Command Ops Inc. And Garvikin all for showing up. And hold on a second. Who's in the chat? I'm not very familiar with the moderator tools. Okay, here we go. I see a bunch of names in here that I don't recognize. So to all of you who have popped in and are lurking that I didn't call out, just want to thank you for showing up. Seeing a little bit of a number of that somebody's paying attention keeps me company. I like it. So thanks for coming to hang out and work with me. Cheers. I hope you have a great rest of your Thursday. Thank you. Bye-bye.